Buildings in a basin with the Jin River snaking like a serpent. But not everything's ultra-modern. Chengdu is one of the most vibrant cities in China and spotlessly clean. It's the final day of group action at the 2024 Thomas and Uber Cups. Some will stay, others will be heading for the airport. And we've a belter of a women's match coming right up. This is our venue, the Chengdu High-Tech Zone Sports Center Gymnasium. Really modern facility. It gets interesting from tomorrow. Tomorrow and Friday are the quarterfinals, semis on Saturday, and the big two finals on Sunday. It's all live for you right here. The 16 nations split into 4 groups of 4. The top 2 make it through to the quarters. Group A is done and dusted. China and India qualifying in that group. Thailand and Chinese Taipei will qualify. We're not sure in what order, but those 2 nations safely through. Our match comes from Group C. Japan and Indonesia effectively playing for top spot, and that means avoiding another group winner in the last 8. And finally, Group D, which is also finished. Korea Republic and Denmark are the 2 nations who have gone through from Group D. So coming right up, Japan v Indonesia in the Uber Cup in a few moments' time, and then later on Court 1, we switch to the men. Thomas Cup Group C, Indonesia against India, 5 o'clock local time for that one. Well, it's a star-studded Japanese squad, spearheaded by Akane Yamaguchi, the double world champion. Matsuyama and Shida, absolutely crucial in the doubles as well. Not too many weak links in that lineup. We'll also get a chance to see later, for a second time this week, 17-year-old Tomoka Miyazaki. Looking forward to that. You definitely get a sense of the enjoyment of a team competition. And look at this from the Indonesians. I don't know if they rehearsed that. Maybe. Probably didn't take them too long. Gregorio Tunjung is their star player. We are not, by the way, going to see Apriyani Rahayu today. Ramadanti now partnered by Lani Mayasari, so it may well be that Rahayu has some kind of a knock. Tunjung is the top singles player by distance. And Tunjung features in our first match, which looks a cracker, up against the world number 4, Akane Yamaguchi. So 2 top 10 players clashing head on. Then it's the doubles, the ever-reliable Matsuyama and Shida, the new French Open champions. They'll start favourites over Mayasari and Ramadanti. Something of a scratch pairing, as I said. Aya Ohori is centre stage next. She won her only previous meeting with Esther Wardoyo in this competition 2.5 years ago. The second doubles to follow, Miyara and Sakuramoto, hoping to make their experience count against the 2 19-year-olds, Puspitasari and Rose. And then we'll see Tomoka Miyazaki, only 17, already a seriously hot prospect. She takes on Komang Dewi in the third singles. We start with what looks a potentially thrilling women's singles between Akane Yamaguchi and Gregorio Tunjung. Really improved their game over the last year or so, the Indonesian. Just past 9:30 in the morning local time here, so it's an early start for these women, and as you can see, they are on their way. Both of them hugely popular wherever they play. This actually is the 19th time that they've locked horns on a badminton court. As you would expect, Yamaguchi has the edge. 14-4 is the current standing on the head-to-head between these two. You see that last meeting, it was at the All England quarter-final. They actually met 4 times in 2023, so they know each other's going pretty well. Having first met at the Asian Games 6 years ago. Yamaguchi, though, has had the upper hand of late. She's won 6 of the last 7 meetings between the two. Quite a few of them, though, have gone to 3 games. Just got a feeling this might be a tight and potentially tense encounter. Yamaguchi, as I mentioned, ranked 4 in the world. She has been top of the shop. She was #1 for the first time a while ago, actually, back in 2018, exactly 6 years ago, in fact, April 2018. We've known about her talent for a long time. Double junior world champion as well as a senior world champion. And she was instrumental in helping Japan win the Yuba Cup back in 2018, the first time they'd lifted the trophy for nearly 40 years. One of the key facets of her game, along with her speed and patience, she just does not make many unforced errors. Just the one match so far, beat Young-Sum Yi of Hong Kong, China in straight games without much of a problem. And her opponent, 24-year-old Gregoria Tunjung, inside the top 10 now at #9 in the world. She has been as high as 7. She also was a World Junior Champion. That was back in 2017, after she joined the national team, which she did at 14 years of age, and a couple of World Tour titles, both last year, the Super 300 Spain Masters, where she beat Sindhu in the final, and the Super 500 Japan Masters, where she beat Chen Yufei in the final. She's also beaten Young-Sum Lee. Very similar result, actually, to the one that Yamaguchi enjoyed. My name's Trevor Harris. Chris Langridge is alongside me. Pretty good match to start us off, Chris. We've had a few one-sided affairs. I'm not sure this is going to be like that.
Yeah, no, this is a great game. I remember watching the play of the All England. It was so tight, so evenly contested. They were going to have a great start to this match.
And it is, as I was saying earlier, it's very important, if you can win the group, you avoid another group winner in the quarterfinals, and in theory should make for an easier match in the last 8.
Definitely. You know, both teams will definitely be going out here to try and win. And this first game could be such an important one. If Indonesia could cause an upset here, it could just put the pressure on Japan for the other matches in this tie.
Yeah, it sets the tone, doesn't it? The opening match in a tie. Paul de Kuiper, you got a shot of in the umpire's chair. Fine Datan of India is the service judge.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and we're just about set.
On my right, Indonesia, represented by Gregoria Mariska Tunjung. And on my left, Japan, represented by Akane Yamaguchi. Indonesia to serve, love all, play.
So here we go, what should be a fascinating tie.
One, love.
Good judgment that from Yamaguchi.
Service over. 1-all.
Oh, she's come to play.
Service over. 2-1.
I do think she's made huge improvements, Chris, over the last year or so, Gregoria Tunjung, and now she's giving the top players in the world. You know, I mentioned she beat Chen Yifei to win that Japan Masters. She beat Sindhu to win the Spain Masters. Can you put your finger on what's kind of made the difference with her over the last 12 months or so?
I think it's being able to put everything together, just because she has so much kind of variation, creativity. She's a player that's hard to read what she's going to do, and I think previously sometimes almost that creativity could have been a bit too much and couldn't quite put it all together in regards to a few too many mistakes, or wasn't always quite sure of the right shot selection. But over the last 12 months, it's starting to come together so nicely, and you know, she's turning into such a complete player, and she's challenging all the best in the world.
3-all.
Remember seeing that game against Chen Yifei, and she was pretty much unplayable. Final to the Japan Masters.
That was wild from Yamaguchi. That was on the carpet, on the purple carpet there.
4-3.
Yeah, you don't see many of them from Yamaguchi. No doubt about it, in team events, the position that Yamaguchi is in, she's under quite a lot of pressure because she's expected to win here. It's definitely not an easy game. This is a 50-50 for me. Even there on that shot from Gregoria, the amount of like finesse, reversing that, and she makes everything look so easy. It's almost, sometimes you miss the skill level that she has because she does make it look so easy and effortless. Perfection.
Service over. 5-4.
Great pickup. And again, you know, she comes in and she just holds the shuttle for that fraction longer, and then lovely reverse. It's so hard for Yamaguchi to know where the shuttle's going. Lovely reverse there and here. Gregoria is definitely the player that's taking the game on. Yamaguchi's a lot more on the back foot at the moment.
Service over. 5-7.
Yamaguchi did so well with the pickup earlier on to stay in that rally, and that's where she is so good. You know, she forced her opponent to play not just another shot, but another 5, 10, 20 shots.
Yeah, so quick around the court. Only 5'1.5" tall, but she's just a bundle of energy. So swift.
Just then when they zoomed in on the Indonesia team, you can see it's such a young team that they've brought here. It's kind of, for me, it is the next generation.
Service over. 7.
Yamaguchi having to kind of hang tough here and just try and stay with Tunjung. He's just made a couple of errors. But she's certainly been more the dominant player, the Indonesian, so far. Not quite reflected on the scoreboard, really.
Definitely says how Gregoria plays. She takes the game on. Not really a defensive player. Like that. And she is, you know, she really can do anything. And on her day, I would say there's not many players she can't beat. It's amazing to see. There was a period of time where Indonesia maybe didn't have a lady singles player quite of this caliber, of this level, and now they've got obviously Gregoria who's coming through, but also in the second lady singles, which is actually the sister of Chico, Esther, and she's only 19, playing second lady singles for Indonesia. She also won a medal at the World Juniors, so it's amazing how Indonesia now have a few young lady singles players coming through.
Nice angle from Yamaguchi, but good recovery.
Service over. 8-9.
Boot was almost on the other foot in that exchange, with Tunjung having to skirt around the court with these pickups, but Yamaguchi in the end had the final say. That's wide.
9-all.
Hardly been well, there hasn't been a dull point so far.
Incredible lift off that. And Yamaguchi, how on earth did she lift? You know, it was a perfect neck cord from Gregoria, and I'm going to get to see it on the replay, but the lift was literally on the back line.
Yeah, that dents your confidence a bit when you see your opponent doing that. And Yamaguchi somehow, despite being semi-dominated for much of the first, what, 6 or 7 minutes, has a 2-point lead at the mid-game break.
You know, that rally doesn't sum it up, but almost does, in regards to Gregoria is the one trying to create something and, you know, showing the creativity that she has. But Yamaguchi is such a good defender, you know, works so hard, so resilient in the rally that grinds her opponent down.
Just overcooked it.
9.
Yamaguchi's shot quality is consistently so good. She's not the player with the most flair, but her shot quality, 90% of her matches of the highest caliber.
Well, you can't be much more accurate than that. It's right at the junction of sideline and backline.
This is the tricky thing for Gregoria at the moment. She's having to play, you know, incredible shots to win the rally because Yamaguchi has defended so well. The question is, can she maintain that consistency, Gregoria?
That's a bit unfair, really, having a loudspeaker. And dwarf the Japanese, voice the Japanese.
Service over. 14-11.
Just missed it, and this is that fine balance. Definitely Gregoria is the player that's trying to create more. Just missing it by a fraction.
And I think she's going to continue going for her shots, Chris, because that's just the way she plays.
Yep. So, I mean, look at that. And this is what she can do, and this is obviously why. It's what we saw when they played each other at the All England. I think the first game when they played each other, Gregoria just struggled a little bit to find her level, and after that, everything started to come together. And if she can put it together, she is so dangerous. And again there, and this is it, the holds, the deception, the creativity. She's doing that against, you know, one of the best players in the world, but also one of the best retrievers in the world. Yamaguchi reads it so well where the shot was going.
If we had stats for winners, Tunjung would be way, way ahead, but she'd also be ahead on the unforced error count, and that's what makes it so fascinating, this match. And there's another one. And it's almost feast or famine, isn't it, with Tunjung?
Yeah. And here's, you know, she takes the game on. She's not fazed by her opponent, and she wants to be the one in control, and she kind of is, but exactly. It's just that balance between brilliance and just a slightly easier mistake. Great defense.
Well, that's Yamaguchi summed up in a nutshell. A lot of players wouldn't even got to it, let alone made the shot for a winner.
Yeah, and the big thing was, you could see she was totally off balance. She was kind of half on the floor, but still the shot quality, that's brilliant. Read that so well. Good challenge.
It is the first of the morning. Each player has 2 per game. If they're correct, they keep the challenge.
Ya, receive dulu, masuk dulu, lebih sabar.
So over to our colleagues at Hawkeye. See what they say about this. I don't think Yamaguchi's overly fussed about the challenge, and that's why.
Challenge unsuccessful. 1 challenge remaining. 18-13. Play. Service over.
Slightly late call, but I think it was a good one. No challenge from Yamaguchi.
Great pickup. I've seen throughout this first game, especially when Yamaguchi's just pulled away slightly with the lead, the frustration from Gregorio, and I saw the same thing when I watched them play at the All England. Something that Gregorio did, though, she managed to turn it around. She kind of used the frustration and almost used it as a positive, and kind of got really motivated and started shouting, which I never really see her do, and it worked so well in the match at the All England. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
We were right behind that, and it was a guaranteed winner the minute it left the racket. Just followed the sideline. Look at that.
Yeah, absolute perfection. And, you know, just going back to the point you made, it would be, you know, winners compared to unforced errors for Gregorio would be quite high figures, whereas Yamaguchi would be very low on both, and it's just totally different styles of play.
Which is why we love it.
Yeah.
That was very cunning from Yamaguchi. He set Tunjung up in that rally.
Yeah, and Yamaguchi, her slow drop that she played is so tight. The quality of this shot, so tight to the net, and you can see Gregorio's in big trouble. Really, really well placed smash. Slightly across the body.
So 4 game points here for the Japanese.
16. Service over. 17-20.
It's wide, and that'll do it. 21-17 in the opening game for Akane Yamaguchi.
First game won by
Doesn't quite tell the whole story.
21-17.
because Tunjung contributed massively in that first game, but has nothing to show for it. 1-0, Japan in front.
Second game, level, play.
Well, that's a good start as she tries to mount a fight back here, Tunjung.
1-love.
Lovely slice. Great placement on the overhead.
Return there for that.
Just missed it. See the frustration. She knows in that situation she's not really in trouble or under pressure.
Service over. 2-1. Service over. 2-all.
But look to the most recent two times that they played each other. Similar in regards to Yamaguchi won the first, and Gregoria did manage to turn things around and win the second. Could we have another 3-game classic today?
Service over. 3-2. Service over. 3-all.
Yeah, I mentioned they met 4 times last year. The only one of those that Tunjung won was in 3 games at the Japan Open.
So the last 6 times they played each other, 4 have been a 3-set kind of monster marathon game.
over. 4-all.
Hasn't quite reached the heights of the first game, has it yet, in game 2? A few errors creeping in from both women.
Lovely, really nice play.
6-4.
And when she plays like that, you know, she almost looks unstoppable because she's taking charge of the rally, but she's reading where it's going, she's being proactive. Incredible placement there. You can see how low Yamaguchi's taking it. It's been a slightly uncharacteristic second game so far from Yamaguchi. Just a few more simple mistakes than we normally see. Tunjung doesn't do that to her opponent because of the variation that she has.
Fantastic.
This is it. It's so hard to read what she's going to do. She seems to have every shot in the book. Gregoria Tunjung.
Service over. 5-8.
Yeah, they don't have the megaphone. They got the, they call plastic clackers or something. That's smack on the line.
6-8.
The other thing about Yamaguchi is, it doesn't matter how far behind she is, she always has total self-belief in her own ability.
Indonesia challenges.
So a challenge from Tunjung here. That was called in from Yamaguchi. So Hawkeye's going to have a second look at it. Challenge.
Incredible challenge considering the position she was in.
Service over. 9-6. Late.
So important, just keeping that lead.
Service over. 7-9.
The right shot, nothing wrong with the shot selection, just wonderful to miss.
Great net play from both women.
Great pickup.
What a rally this is. She should kill this, and does.
I would say that rally almost sums up Yamaguchi in regards to she was in massive, massive trouble, probably 2, maybe even 3 times in that rally. And then that net there, net shot was just incredible. Totally changed the dynamic of the rally.
Her retrieving skills are off the scale, aren't they, Yamaguchi? I mean, she gets back shots that other players wouldn't even get a racket to.
Yeah, and on a consistent basis.
8-9.
And then when she has half an opportunity, half a chance, uses her incredible shot quality, like she did then with that net shot in that rally.
So from 3 points behind on a couple of occasions, Yamaguchi's got herself level. Must be a bit worrying for Tunjung because she's not playing badly, anything but. And yet, Yamaguchi's sticking with her somehow.
This is the really frustrating thing for Tunjung. Yeah, because, you know, everything was kind of going in her way, in her direction. And Yamaguchi maybe didn't quite have the same start to the second game. And now, all of a sudden, taking the lead almost from nowhere. And I would agree, it's not like Grigori has done anything that wrong. Yamaguchi's just raised it another level.
Wow, shot for shot, isn't it?
I think it's almost getting better and better for both players. And this is why they are two of the best, and also the last few times they've played each other has been such a battle.
Well, it's just a festival of fantastic badminton at the moment. Pity there's got to be an interval from a fan point of view, but it's 11-10 Yamaguchi.
Wow, in that rally, Grigori went almost into ultra speed mode. She was everywhere.
11-all.
Taking everything early in a good position until she gets the opportunity.
Service over. 12-11. Over. 12-all.
Lovely slice, and you can see Yamaguchi in so much trouble. And obviously in that situation, she's off balance, she's out of position, fully stretched, taking the shuttle low. It's so hard to get any kind of decent control on the shuttle. Point for point. Although Tunjung has had a lead of points in this second game, has been such a tightly contested second game.
Impossible to predict a winner, isn't it, at this stage?
Next, oh my goodness.
That's unbelievable.
It is, and you know, the quality so far we've seen in the second game has been really as good as it gets. But a little bit of a lull at the start from Yamaguchi, but since then, the quality from both players at the net here. Look at that, absolute perfection to finish the rally from Grigori Tunjung. nowhere.
Service over.
Yeah, I don't think Tunjung was expecting that.
I don't think anyone was. Great change of pace, good variation. Spotted the gap.
Every time Tunjung threatens to kind of just get a
Sneak
lead
away,
of some
yeah.
kind, Yamaguchi comes right back at her.
That's the thing with Yamaguchi. She's only 26, which is crazy, because I feel like she's been around forever.
Yep.
Such an experienced player.
Won her first junior world championship title way back in 2013, more than a decade ago.
Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and for the first time for a little while, she's got some daylight, and she's just gone favourite now to win this game and level the match.
You know, we saw Apriani's role today as the lead drummer.
That's in as well.
And I think she just missed the line.
Did she?
Yeah.
14,
Tight,
16.
but yeah, you're right, just long. All these big points now on this stage.
Again, though, the margin, the difference is so minimal. I mean, that's clipped kind of the top bit of the tape, and the shot before from Gloria was just out. The fine margin between these two players is absolutely minimal.
Yeah, threw her head back in anguish, Yamaguchi, when she netted that. Just looks a bit rattled all of a sudden, the Japanese.
Yeah, and I feel most of the shots she's playing, she is off balance, in trouble, and obviously she's incredible in those situations, but I feel it's happening such a large amount of the game that now she's trying to go for things which we don't normally see. Just looked a bit rushed on that last shot. Wow.
Service over.
Moment of magic there.
15, 18.
Stepped in, held it, punched it in a corner. Lovely little bit of deception. Again, it's that slow drop. It's so tight. You see when Gloria played her net shot, she was so low, so stretched, so off balance. Big smile from Gloria's coach there.
Quickly, over here, Malaysia versus Australia. Women's double. Ko Pei Du Mei versus Satyana Lopasa. Enter the lead.
裁判员徐大伟，奥地利；发球裁判员孙刚，中国。
Umpire David Schwern from Austria.
Just missed it.
From China.
Service over. 17, 19.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
And it sets up 3 game points for Tunjung to level the match.
And that last overhead is so hard to see where it's going. You can see how stretched Yamaguchi is in there. She's in big trouble, but it's so deceptive. Lovely straight slice.
Now, can she hold her nerve here? Yes, she can. 1 game all. 21-17 in Tunjung's favour, having lost the same game by the same score. And we are all set up here for a decider.
It's never going to be anything other than a 3-game thriller.
Indonesia have actually won the Uber Cup on 3 occasions, but not for some while. 1996 was the last time they were champions. Japan won this in 2018 most recently.
This will be huge for Indonesia. Gregoria could manage to find a way to win this First Lady singles.
Just looks like she's getting a bit down on herself at times, Yamaguchi.
Brilliant, wow. 3 incredibly quick points, the perfect start to the 3rd game for Gregoria. She's not really got any right to be able to play that shot from there, but just, oh wow. Oh my goodness, how on earth did Yamaguchi get that back?
Because she's Yamaguchi. Astonishing.
How can she not smile? This shot, the rally's over there. That's not possible to get back, but it is. And she, oh my goodness.
Almost defies the laws of physics.
It does. I mean, that's a 1 in probably 1,000 shot.
Didn't look like it was possible.
Gregoria had almost stopped because, you know, you can't get that back. Yamaguchi managed to find a way. Gregoria has controlled the majority of the match.
Close again, but not quite close enough.
We're going to see a challenge there.
over. 5-3.
Taking charge, stepping in, taking it early. Olympic gold medalist on the drums.
That's great, isn't it? It's a wonderful thing about team competitions. It's such an individual sport usually, of course, but it just brings the whole squad together with one aim: try and cause an upset here against Japan. Gregoria Tunjung is going a very positive way about it at the moment.
Getting instructed there by a coach to stay calm. You're doing everything right at the moment. She makes that look so easy. Absolutely perfect. Next few points are so important. Can Gregoria continue this run? Yamaguchi going to manage to pull back, which we saw a lot happening in the second game.
Very rarely seen Yamaguchi look so kind of depressed with her own performance.
Yeah, I think she's just getting frustrated just because Gregoria, you know, especially in this third game, has been absolutely incredible. And again, and this is the thing, you start to question everything you're doing, and Yamaguchi is now. She's starting to get sent the wrong way. She's making a few more mistakes, but that is just full credit to the level from Gregoria Tunjung.
She's going to need all the encouragement she can get here. That's just astonishingly good from Tunjung. I'm not sure she's played a better half game than that in her life. 11-4 against the world number 4. It's almost like she's toying with her at times, Chris. It's incredible.
This is the thing. This is the, you know, the unique ability that Gregoria has. She has every shot in the book. From any situation, she can almost pull off an incredible shot. And again, send her the wrong way. And, you know, Gregoria's doing everything. She's in charge.
Calm down.
Yeah, don't get overexcited.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes you don't want to think too much ahead because you start to think, hold on a sec, I'm kind of flying, as it were. And if you think Yamaguchi's on 4 points, one of those rallies was one of the most extreme, you know, phenomenal rallies from Yamaguchi. She's just finding it so difficult at the moment to kind of contend with Tunjung. but it's never over, especially with a player like Yamaguchi's level.
Well, she will never surrender, but at the moment, she's distinctly second best.
It's a tough time to break your string.
14-5.
Yamaguchi there.
Service over.
She's kind of got herself in a weird position to play that shot.
Yeah, footwork slightly wrong, and then I think there was that big indecision. Is it in, is it out? And then with the footwork just slightly off, it made it so difficult to be able to play that. And that serve was going out. Great shot. And again, Yamaguchi's all over the place here.
Service over. 15-6.
I mean, it only takes a few points to totally change a game or a match, but at the moment, Gloria Tunjung is, you know, she's as good as it gets, playing phenomenally well.
Well, she's got Yamaguchi on the ropes and just has to hold her nerve to deliver the knockout blow.
Service over. 7-15.
This is the important thing now for Gregoria. She doesn't try and do too much. What she's been doing was just perfect. They've been working so well. Doesn't want to overdo it and try and be even better. We've seen Yamaguchi get wrong-footed. I've never seen quite so many, and it's just because of the variation that Tunjung has. It's so hard for Yamaguchi to be able to read where it's going. A lot of Tunjung's overheads look very similar, so it's so hard to read where the shot was going to go.
Unrelenting, unforgiving. And at the moment, she looks unbeatable. Tunjung.
I have to say, the way that Tunjung's played, she deserves to, you know, be the player in the league, because she has definitely, so far, not at the end yet, but she's definitely been the better player throughout the match.
Absolutely nothing going right for Akane Yamaguchi. Tunjung within a couple of points here of pulling off a wonderful win.
Service over. 9-19.
Great rally from Yamaguchi. One of the few times we've seen her take charge in this third game.
2号场地由国杯泰国队对阵中华台北队，女子双打熊楚潘、拉温达对阵徐雅琴、杨景敦。
Court 2, Overhead. Thailand versus Chinese Taipei. Women's double. Tungkumpan Pidi Telapur. Lawinda Pazonjai. versus
Comes back on
11-19.
Tunjung side. A little fortunate for the Japanese, but she needs everything going her way now.
umpire Andrea Ciampini from Italy.
Looks a very unlikely comeback.
Stefan Bennett from France.
12-19.
Great shot. Obviously the deficit is still vast, it's still a massive lead, but with Gloria now she's going to start to feel a bit more pressure on her. She can feel her opponent pulling back.
Well, that's one way to end a little run of 5 successive points for your opponent. 7 match points for Tunjung. Well, no one can begrudge her that. She's been quite brilliant this morning. 21-13 in the decider. All this after she lost the opening game, stormed back to level the match, and absolutely sensational in the deciding third game. And she's given Indonesia a 1-love lead in the tie. This, remember, a straight shootout to see who is going to top Group C. Not sure I've ever seen her play much better, Chris, but certainly in that last game.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and she is, you know, when she's on it like that, she's one of the best in the world. I think the only time I've seen her was when she beat Chen Yufei very comfortably, and she was, crikey, another kind of whole level above. She was just unplayable the whole match. But yeah, that final game, phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. I think it sums up her performance, that last shot, net cord.
So winning start for Tunjung and Indonesia as she comes through against Takana Yamaguchi. 17-21, 21-17, 21-13. 53 minutes of all-action women's singles badminton. Brilliant start to the tie, and I'm sure it's going to continue. Matsuyama and Shida have the onerous job now of trying to pull Japan level against Miyazaki and Ramadanti in a couple of minutes. Warm welcome back to Chengdu. We've had excellent attendances so far. Everyone happy to show their allegiance. You're never far away from a bear in this part of the world. Either a real one or a toy one. So, winning start for Indonesia in the shape of Gregorio Tunjung. Now, pressure on Matsuyama and Shida. More pressure than there would have been had Japan taken that opener. Lani Miyazaki and Siti Ramadanti, the opponents. Obviously, we're used to seeing Ramadanti with Rahayu, but Rahayu, we reckon, maybe has a knock, so it's a bit of a scratch pairing here. So, players emerging for our second match of the tie. And you're a perfect person to ask this question to, Chris, because obviously, I mentioned we're used to seeing Ramadanti playing with Rahayu. When you suddenly play with somebody that you're not used to playing with, I mean, it's got to change everything, doesn't it, chemistry-wise? Definitely.
I mean, only they know how much, maybe in training they have played together, that the coaches have seen that there's a possibility of them gelling. I mean, I was a bit surprised just because Ramadanti used to play with Rekba Sugiyato, who's actually the partner of Miyazaki. So I was a bit surprised they didn't do that, but you know, there's obviously a reason why. These two maybe gel really well together, or this could even be a pairing that they're looking at further down the line to see if it works. It's going to be amazing to see how it does kind of evolve in this match today.
Obviously the first meeting between the two, because Miyazaki and Ramadanti played together.
Right. That side. Receive. Who receives? Ramadanti receive. Service. Okay.
Matsuyama and Shida are ranked 4 in the world. Now, they have been even higher than that. They were up at number 2 about a year and a half ago. And their partnership goes back a long way. There certainly won't be any chemistry issues between Matsuyama and Shida. Won their first title together at the Smiling Fish in Thailand back in 2017. Silver in the 2020 Uber Cup. .11 titles they've won, including 3 last year, as well as the French Open in March. Also got to the final of the All England the following week. Played just the once. They actually dropped the opening game against Yuan Ting and Yung Pui Lam. Came back strongly in the second and third games. But the fact they did drop a game, they will give Miyazaki and Ramadanti a little bit of encouragement. Gold medalist at the Asia Team Championships a couple of years ago, or Miyazaki was, a regular partner. Sugiyato. And Ramadanti, who's ranked inside the top 10 in the world when she plays with Rahayu. Won a World Championship silver last year, those two. And 4 World Tour titles, including Malaysian Open, which is a Super 750. So individually, there's no problem, but when you're a scratch pairing, just don't know how they're going to gel. When do you think they would have known, Chris, that they were going to play together? Pretty recently.
Well, it's really hard to say, only because there's a possibility they knew there was maybe a slight niggle with Apriani before the tournament, and the chance of them playing together in the bigger matches maybe didn't happen, or just resting up for today to be then ready for tomorrow. It's so hard to know. It could have been picked up even a niggle in the match. It's hard to say. It was a bit of a surprise that she's not playing.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how much chance they'd have had before this match to try and get to know each other a little bit as a doubles partner.
It's really hard to say. I mean, a lot of the Indonesians play a similar style to each other, so they can gel well. Some of the European nations play a very different style from each other, so it can be a little bit more difficult for them to gel at times. But a lot of the Indonesians do play a very similar style, so I think they'll be okay.
And on my left, Japan, represented by Shiharu Shida and Nami Matsuyama. Japan to serve. Nami Matsuyama to Sidi Fadia Silvi Ramadante. Love all. Play.
So Matsuyama will get us started. They made a really sluggish start, didn't they, actually, the two Japanese, in that one previous match they played here?
Yeah, they were definitely outplayed in the first game against Hong Kong. They managed to find a way to raise their level later in the match.
Service over.
It really is a big ask today for Miyazaki. She is a very good player, there's no doubt about it, but this is a tough, tough game against world number 4 pair. The Indonesians can manage to cause a bit of stress early on in this match. It'll be interesting to see how the Japanese do handle the pressure. Obviously going 1-love down in the tie.
Well, they made a much better start here, the Japanese, than they did in their previous group game that they played.
I do think the speed of the Japanese is difficult for the Indonesians to kind of take that challenge on. One of the questions, can the Indonesians get through the very solid defense of the Japanese? Can they find a way to force the Japanese to play a style they don't really want to play?
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. It was Shida who started it.
6-1.
Definitely a different level of performance from the Japanese today than we saw previously. And that's the thing, when they had that challenge against Hong Kong and they had to find a way of kind of improving their level, and they did, and put you in such a good position for the next match, and they've come out here in such a positive start.
Well, having dropped the opening point, they've won 6 on the spin now, the Japanese pair.
conditions here do suit the Japanese just because it's a slightly slower, truer playing conditions. I think if it was more, if there's a faster haul or there was a no lift style needed, I do think the Indonesians would favour those conditions.
Over. 7-2.
First one of those today, called by service judge. Yes, and Sawali of Mauritius have to serve from below a height of 115 centimetres. Brilliant from the Indonesians, staying in the point somehow. All to no avail though in the end.
And that's the problem, you're totally right. There was a shot Ramadan did incredible to get back, but just the constant pressure from the Japanese. Indonesians in trouble pretty much the whole rally. This is the thing from the Indonesians that I fear slightly. Can they get through? It's going to be a much harder challenge for them to get through than the Japanese. The speed and the power advantage the Japanese have so far is shown to be quite important.
Over 9-5.
Definitely in charge of the team chanting.
Well, if there is a knock, it doesn't seem to be that serious.
Unfortunately from the Japanese. The two Indonesians are partnering each other, actually played against each other in the Swiss Open semi-final. And the younger pair actually managed, Miyazaki and Sugiyato. Obviously Sugiyato's not playing today, but it's the normal partner of Miyazaki, and they actually defeated the higher ranked pair. Great attack again.
Healthy lead then for Matsuyama and Shida, 11-6 up at the mid-game interval.
sekali kan pada saat kamu nyerang, defender kamu mereka tuh ngelewatin kamu terus. Nah kualitas kamu nih kalau kamu lagi di belakang, kalau saat pas grab banting kanan kiri, kualitasnya mesti lebih bagus. Ya, kamu panjangin, kamu mau nggak apa-apa. Kalau kamu flexing, kamu mesti siap lagi karena jadi dorong-dorong terus kualitasnya. Ya, pede aja bola bawahnya lebih pede. Ya.
Brilliant attack from the Japanese. Hard thing is when the Indonesians are trying to move the shuttle around, they can't do it in a way that's hurting the Japanese. Japanese are on balance in a good position every time. That's why they're getting through almost every chance they get on the attack.
Yeah, that was all pretty much Matsuyama's own work.
Unsighted.
So we're going to have a look at this serve. I'm not sure she's overly confident, might be short.
I'd say the Shida on a serve is taking even longer than normal to actually deliver the serve.
It was indeed short.
Out. Serve out. 7-14. Right.
Unlucky, it's kind of the right idea. That's where the gap was. It's the speed the Japanese are moving around each other. There's not really a gap. Very different performance from the Japanese in this match compared to when they played Hong Kong. Just relentless pressure. They're so quick moving around each other. The non-hitting player hunting the shuttle there. And again. And this is the thing, both of them can make moves because they know the other one's going to cover. So even if there is a gap, they're so quick round each other that the partner will cover the gap. So they can afford to take some risks.
Matsuyama in particular has made a great start here.
In the first game against the pair from Hong Kong, it was, for me, Matsuyama just struggled a little bit in the match. It's amazing how she's raised her level.
17-8.
There, lovely hold, found a gap, chased forward. She could see the Indonesians were below tape in a bit of trouble. This shot here, and then steps in. Reads the situation really well.
So, coasting really towards the winning line in this first game, Matsuyama and Shida. Always looked like it was going to be a big ask for a scratch pairing to try and hurt one of the best women's pairs in the world. That's the way it's proved so far. Here are 12 game points.
Game point 8. Serve 9-20.
Brilliant cross-court block to finish off that game. What a performance from the Japanese in that first game.
It only took 18 minutes, and they're halfway to leveling this tie. First game to the Japanese pair, 21 points to 9.
Court 3, Uruguay, Malaysia versus Australia. Women's single, Wang Weijing versus Cindy Gennady.
裁判员孔明敏，中国；发球裁判员保伟娜，中国香港。
Umpire Hong Ming from China. Servicer Victor Wang from Hong Kong, China.
全部左のシュートだから、ここがないよ、ここが。右のカバー。右でずっと試合してれば、国のカバーが誰がカバーかな。両方。前の選手は、このカバー。後ろ選手は、こっちのカバー。ちょっとね、ちょっと考えてね。あと、生でショートサーブするとき、触らせない。あいつ上手から、あんた高く、あと後ろ触らせない。これちゃんと覚えてね。あと相手見ながらクロスする。見ながらとか、こんなちゃん見ながら、
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game. Coach. Level. Play.
So can Miyazaki and Ramadanti somehow find a way to get themselves back into this contest, because it was relatively one-sided, that first game. I was about to say it was a good start, but Japan are challenging here. It's called in. Thought it looked okay, but they'd like Hawkeye to double check. Oh,
great challenge.
Fantastic. Especially the first point of the game. We want to really do that and waste it, but they certainly didn't.
Good pressure, slightly loose serve there from the Japanese, but great pressure from the Indonesians.
Over. 2-all.
Seem to have come out for this second game with rather more attacking intent. Miyazaki and Ramadanti.
Well placed there from Shida. But yeah, I'd say the Indonesians had a much better start to the second game. Maybe they didn't quite gel in the first, didn't quite have the same understanding. Big test today for Miyazaki. She has won a, Swiss Open, which is a Super 300, beating her teammate, her actual partner currently on court. But contesting against these Japanese world #4 pair is a little step up.
Well, they've got themselves a bit of a cushion here, 3-point lead.
6-3.
Definite more pressure they're putting on the Japanese, and we've seen a few slight indecisions, a few more mistakes as well.
Service over. 4-6. Service over. 7-4.
A hint of a mix-up there. The Japanese pair got away with it. Have been known to have periods, Matsuyama and Shida in matches, so they do tend to maybe lose focus a little bit, and maybe they've been taken by surprise a touch by Miyazaki and Ramadante's more aggressive approach in this second game.
And even the way that the Indonesians are moving the shuttle around now, the big difference is in that last rally. Japanese are slightly off balance a little bit more, which makes it so much harder for them to be quite as clinical and quite as dangerous.
8-4.
What a big turnaround this has been. Very comfortable in the first game for the Japanese, and totally different second game.
Mistakes and more mistakes.
Yep.
10-4.
It's amazing. If you watched the first game and then say missed a bit of this and came back, you'd be so surprised. The score was 10-4 to the Indonesians after watching the first game. Brilliant. Stepped in so well there, Shida.
5-10.
Smash was a little bit flat.
7-10.
Well, trying to creep back into it. The Malaysians level just dipped a fraction. The last 2 or 3 points.
It's amazing how game kind of turn on its head and then turn again.
Court 4, Uberto, Hong Kong, China versus Uganda. Women's double.
I'm not sure I quite agree with that there. Ramadhanti there asked to change her racket and the umpire said no, but she still went to change her racket and then got in trouble. So if you want to change your racket, you should be allowed to change your racket.
Yeah, I mean, unless the umpire thinks you're trying to do it for some other reason to slow the game down or something. But
yeah. That's what he said, but for me, I don't think he's slowing the game. If you need to change your racket, you know, maybe the grip feels wrong, or you know, there could be the string tensions a pound off. The player should be allowed to, as long as they do it quickly, should be allowed to do that, I think.
Well, she can do it now because we've reached the interval. 11-8 it is in favour of the Indonesians.
相手の攻撃は本当に小屋だけ全然球使える。短パンいらない今。で次またちょっとずっと使う。OK？ あとちょっと大きな展開に持っていったらチャンス今連続になる。自分たち失点するとも同じだから完全にワンパターンになっちゃう。じゃあ利用される。上手に使ってそれで
いけるから相手もレシバができるよ。今ずっとポイントは自分の攻撃ポイントだ。忘れないでね。
Sydney Gallows from New Zealand. Sudirman, Badminton World from Belgium.
Good attack. Ramadan trying to go through the net player, and that's where all the problems start to arise. Last defensive shot, she could have kept it straight or gone over the net player. I do think quite a few of the lifts from the Japanese are quite short around the front service line. I think that's one of the reasons why the attack from the Indonesian in this second game has been quite a lot more powerful and being able to get through. Was using her skill. Fantastic shot. You can see here both Japanese on the same side of the court. Massive gap, but it's spotting that in that situation.
11-12.
Good interception on that third shot. Good serve, read it.
12-all.
They trailed 10-4 at one stage. They've won 8 the last 10 points. That's Ramadanti at her absolute best.
Get this rally here. Shida puts herself in trouble just with some of the shot selection. Making the court a bit too small. She does incredible to get it. See that full stretch there. Japanese, they are a bit patchy and warming, but when they're playing well, they are so good, and we saw that in the first game. Almost the whole of the first game they played to the level we know that they can play at, but this second game has been so up and down from them. Really well placed attack. Spotted the Miyazaki just a bit too committed on that forehand on the cross. Just went across the left hip. Serve.
15-13.
Really good play from Shida at the net. Active, held one and then just pushed it and then chased the shuttle. She knew exactly where it's going. Good interception there. Holds that and just pushes it. And both lining up to put the shuttle away.
Yeah, she wanted it herself. Took full responsibility. Can they get themselves level again? Oh, what a chance that was.
Massive gap that she's missed.
16-14.
Sometimes, as crazy as it sounds, you almost focus on what the opposition's doing, watching them more than focusing on the shot, because that is the shot she'd make, you know, 99 times out of 100, almost with her eyes closed.
Yeah, didn't have to go anywhere near the line, and it was halfway up the net.
It's a massive, massive gift for the Indonesians. Really good block. More of a deep fade than a block, but perfect. Really well placed. Let's see what the gap is. Redeemed herself from a point before.
You never get it back though, do you? Still trailing. Yeah, good lead.
thing for me. Not really enough to be able to accept making that mistake. Yes, she's on the defence, but I don't think she's under so much stress that she can't make that. For me, it's just a cheap mistake, really.
September 16-17.
Just wide. They're going to challenge it. And I think that's based on the fact, yeah, it was fairly close, and obviously the situation deep in the second game.
If it's even close, it's worth a challenge. Okay, maybe not. A little bit further out than I thought.
I thought it was, yeah, a bit closer than that.
17 all.
Two very, very big points coming up. At the end of the rally, he's got himself in a bit of a mix.
18-17.
And they swap sides, and I think there, Miyazaki wasn't too sure what was happening. Ramadanti kind of swapped sides.
That was one of the few occasions where there has been a bit of communication issue, because I think the biggest compliment you can pay them is that they haven't looked like a scratch pairing, not in this second game.
Yep, I would agree.
Hanging in there. Miyazaki and Ramadanti.
Shida in that rally, she steps in really well on that last shot, but just doesn't quite control the power that she puts in. She steps up well and it's too firm. Body weight going into the shuttle, and power off it, she just can't quite control it.
Well, that's wild.
Miyazaki does incredible to stay in that rally because she was under so much pressure. Last shot didn't have to be that good, it was just keep the pressure on. The Indonesians were in big trouble. Good shot.
19 all.
Just a straight deep fade into where the gap was. I think Miyazaki was just so low to be able to get that.
to gain point to level the match.
Brilliant shot by Miyazaki, and this is where, for me, the Indonesians are so good at that creativity, moving the shuttle around, almost playing a bit more of a no-lift style, putting their opponents under trouble, which we didn't see at all in the first game. Just got to put that out of our mind.
That's Yama now. Oh dear.
Mistake.
Second chance then. This time, Ramadanti serving. It's wide or long, it doesn't matter. It's one game all. And I think they definitely deserve to win that game. Miyazaki and Ramadanti got off to an absolute flyer. They were 10-4 up, the Japanese pair fought back, but they made too many errors. And Indonesia now have given themselves a chance, which looked really unlikely at the start, of a 2-love lead in the tie.
ちょっと追いついたんですよ。まだ同じ、最初的にまだ同じことになる。もう本当にちょっと冷静にしないとダメだから、あと狙うのはやっぱでかいのもっと狙って、ラマダチのやつかわすから次の球チャンス作れない。OK？ あともしクロスするだったら前の人同じことずっと一番前に相手の人がもうこれで勝負させてから右と左全部同じ。ここを冷静にして2回ともね、かけ直すから最後は本当にチャンスと思ってまだ振っちゃう。そうじゃない。ここもう一回我慢するようにね、冷静にしてね。そうですと右サイドとあっちのサイドでここのやはり勝つのは全部同じ風だ。
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Players on court. Final game. Level. Play.
Good attack, and it's what we saw a little bit more near the end of the second game from the Japanese. A lot more aimed at Miyazaki. The start of this game is obviously crucial, just because can't let the Indonesians grow in confidence. Such a good start in the second game, 10-4 up. Japanese at the moment. This is the biggest thing for them. Times I've seen them play, and they've looked totally incredible, moving around each other so quick, devastating on attack, great shot selection, but seen so many patches in this tournament so far where they've just been so patchy.
2-1.
Well, still enough errors being made by the Japanese pair to encourage Miyazaki and Ramadanti.
It was the Matsuyama, the lift. Did she have to lift? I don't think she did, and when she did, it was short. Front service line.
September. 4-2.
Definitely taking charge on the Indonesian side, stepping up,
3-5.
moving forward, being pretty devastating in the net. I know the rally before she missed it, but it was the right idea.
September. 6-3.
It's gone past those partners.
They may end up winning this match, Matsuyama and Shida, but you certainly wouldn't say they've been overly convincing, having won the first game pretty easily, but since then, nowhere near their best.
Brilliant. I'll tell you what, the Indonesians, they're causing all sorts of troubles out there for the Japanese, making life really difficult. The traditional style for the Japanese is big court, making the court big as possible and playing a simplistic game, but they're struggling with that at the moment. Good attack.
7-5.
Another error.
6-7.
Do you think the Japanese have struggled with their length today? Majority have been a bit short, and we've also seen them punch a few at the back. They've struggled to find the right length. It truly is incredible how this game's turned on its head from the first game. It was all so easy for the Japanese. No mistakes, correct shot selection, moving around so quickly. And now this is total 50-50.
Well, that's one of the best shots she's played in the last 10 minutes or so.
This is perfect placement. Good deep push there. You can see Indonesians in trouble, and then absolute perfection on that overhead. Definitely more of the attack has been aimed at Miyazaki.
Well, it's a nice angle. It gives them a 4-point lead at the mid-game break in the decider.
Blok lagi dia nyodok, dia nyetop doang, nggak mungkin dia nyodok-nyodok terus. Ya, kecuali bola mengambang, tapi tetap siap-siap. Angkat tinggi aja nggak apa-apa, kalau nggak tinggi enak. Ya, di PD ya. Nah dia, ya kok. Nggak mau pedik.
11-7. Play.
Great rally by the Japanese, and when it comes together like that, they do look so good. There's no spaces on court. Exactly the right shot. She just held it for that fraction. Made Ramadanti step in. Pushed it, but just pushed it too long. It's a big ask, but if Indonesia could manage to find a way to sneak this doubles and go 2-love up in the tie, what a unexpected turn of events that would be, and the pressure it would put on Japan.
Well, yeah, and on Ohori in particular, who's next up in the singles.
14-8.
But they've got some breathing space now on the scoreboard.
See the frustration after the rally from Matsuyama. Absolutely perfect return of serve on that last rally. Matsuyama. Slightly loose serve. There, just indicating to the umpire there's a flash in the crowd.
11-15.
观赛过程中，请注意关闭闪光灯。
No flashlights, please.
Well, one of the few rallies where they've really asserted.
Placement on that smash there to set it up. Ramadhanti actually blocking her partner in the end. I'm not sure Miyazari's shot would have gone over.
Still think that Matsuyama and Shida are going to have to raise their level going forward, because they're only going to be tougher tests, with all due respect to Miyazaki and Ramadhanti, the likes of China and Korea and others. But just about getting the job done. 5 more points required to equalise in terms of points in the tie.
Brilliant shot. Lovely reverse.
She's played a few of those, Miyazaki. That was just about the best of them.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. Great technique. Great everything. And their favoured formation, I think, has definitely been Ramadhanti at the net, Miyazaki at the back. Action there, Miyazaki, which allowed Matsuyama to spot that and storm forward. You can see there, look, she's going. Reads it, that's very clinical though. They are so fast, the Japanese.
17.
That's twice. Third time unlucky.
Miyazaki out there is doing a fantastic job with her attack, because I wouldn't say she's got the most powerful smash, but it's the placement and the variation, the angle there. Considering she's, the least experienced out of the 4 players on court, I think she's put in a really good performance out there today. She hasn't looked out of her depth at all. She's doing in that rally. There was that indecision between the two who was going for it. Ramadanti thought Miyazaki was, but Miyazaki stormed forward to the net. I've only seen it a few times today. Not quite been on the same wavelength.
She's put it long.
The challenge. But I think it did sneak out.
It was a glorious opportunity too.
Yeah, and they played the rally so well. It's a sensible thing to challenge, even though it is out, just to give themselves extra 30 seconds just to recompose themselves.
So 4 match points for Matsuyama and Shida.
20, match point 16. Play.
It's wide, and that will do it. 21-17 in favour of the Japanese pair. Nowhere near their best, but just about good enough to defeat the spirited scratch pair of Miyazaki and Ramadanti. It took 71 minutes in total. Gives you an idea how much of a struggle it was for the world ranked #4 pair. They're going to have to improve, though, as the tournament goes on. You suspect if Japan are going to lift this trophy. confirmation of the final score. 21-9, 20-22, 21-16. 71 minutes on court. So the pressure eased a little on Aya Ohori, but she's still going to need to win it from a Japanese point of view. Esther Wardoyo, the 19-year-old, is her opponent, and that women's singles coming up momentarily. Welcome back to Chengdu. This is the Luxor Lakes Eco City they've built. 1.5 square kilometres, artificial lake. They've got hotels, parks, schools. The idea is to give people the chance to live just outside the city. Done a good job of it by the look of it too. There's even an equestrian club down there, a museum. Back on dry land, so to speak, we have reached our second women's singles with the tie now level, 1-1. It brings together Aya Ohori of Japan and the teenager Esther Wardoyo from Indonesia. Just waiting for the officials to arrive on court one, and here they come. Which means the players won't be far behind. Big cheer for Aya Ohori. Wardoyo in behind her. Could have all been so differently. Imagine if Ohori had come out with Japan 2-love down. Massive amount of pressure. A little easier for her now, although this tie is still obviously delicately poised with one more doubles and singles match to come after this. They have actually met once before, these two, and it was in the Yuba Cup 2.5 years ago. And Ohori coming through, as you see there, in straight games in only 35 minutes. But Wardoyo was 17 then. She's matured a little since, and she's a top-class player inside the world's top 40. So it may not be plain sailing here for Ohori. Ohori's world ranking of 11 is her best ever, actually. She's 27 now. Won 3 medals at the World Junior Championships way back when, a couple of bronze medals and a silver. Big milestone for her was in February. It was a huge thing. She won her first World Tour title at the Thailand Masters, which is a Super 300. And the boost that gives you must be absolutely colossal. You've been on the tour for some time. Finally make that elusive breakthrough. Just played the 1 match today. Facile victory against the Ugandan. And her opponent, Esther Wardoyo, still just a teenager, 19 years of age. Might have heard my colleague mentioned that she's got an older brother who's also an international player, Chico. Made her first World Tour appearance at the Orléans Masters a couple of months ago. She lost in the second round there. World Junior Championship bronze 2 years ago. She's come through both of her matches with no alarms. Won a couple of international events actually in Indonesia.
Ready to play?
How big a moment, Chris, was it for Ohori winning that tournament in Thailand?
Yeah, I think when you kind of break your duck, as it were, it's just such a amazing feeling, and she's a player that has shown so much promise. I mean, to win 3 medals at the World Juniors is quite incredible, and then maybe she didn't quite transpire into what they thought she was going to become. But she's a phenomenal player, and she's managed to qualify for the Olympics in the 2nd spot for Japan. I think she's still improving.
So he'd make her big favourite here against Wardoyo, but interesting to see how Wardoyo, under the pressure of a big tournament, crowd,
Ladies and gentlemen,
see how she reacts.
on my right, Japan, represented by Aya Ohori. And on my left, Indonesia, represented by Esther Nurmi Trai Wardoyo. Japan to serve, love all, play. Service over. 1 love.
Well, she did the hard part and just missed what should have been a straightforward winner.
Yep.
1 all.
I like the positivity. I mean, only played a couple of points, but she's going to be taking this game to Ohori by the look of it. She looks to be out of the Gregoria Tunjung book of kind of badminton philosophy in terms of being an attacking player.
Yeah, she definitely has traits of her brother as well, the way she moves and so on. Some of the technique. Obviously a very talented family.
Service over. 3, 2.
It's very exciting for Indonesia, a 19-year-old, but coming through and obviously a good player already. little hold there. Yeah, I mean, already having won challenge tournament in Indonesia and a Super 100 back-to-back as well. Week after week she did that at the end of August last year. Brilliant net play there from Ohori. A lot of spin as well. One of the reasons why the lift was so short. Hard to hit the shuttle cleanly.
It's over. 5-4.
Excellent retrieving skills there from Wardoyo, and then the misjudgment from Ohori. He's under pressure early here. We've only been playing for 3 or 4 minutes.
The way Wardoyo's come out, really impressive from a 19-year-old. Come out positive, attacking. She doesn't really look nervous or intimidated at all. Anything, I'd say Ohori looks more nervous out there, which on one hand makes sense because she's the one under pressure. You know, she's the massive, massive favourite. A lot more experience, much higher world ranking.
Super shot again.
Yeah.
8-4.
Back in 2022, Wardoyo did win a bronze medal in the World Juniors. So he had a lot of progression since then. Bit of fortune there for Ohori. I'm pretty sure they clipped the tape.
5-8.
Yeah, almost bounces upwards. So hard to judge where that's going for Wardoyo. I've only seen clips of Wardoyo. I've not seen a full match, but if she can maintain this kind of level throughout the game, it's going to be a really exciting match.
So it's over. 9-6. So it's over. 7-9.
Great shot.
Well, she's asked Hawkeye to have a look here, Wardoyo.
I'm sure she truly believes she's given the shuttle back.
Yeah, no issues with that.
Do you think for Indonesia they're having Tunjung now as one of the elite lady singles players? I think we're going to see more and more young female Indonesians coming through in the lady singles category. She's inspiring the next generation. A bit like when we did the India match, hearing from the players how inspired they were by Sindhu. And just being in the same team as her was kind of the biggest privilege they've ever had. What a rally. She did so well to stay in that rally and not be bullied at all. Wardoyo. So I'm incredibly impressed so far with the way she's played and the way she's handled herself in the situation. 19 years old. Some of the young players we're seeing coming through are quite incredible.
Well, that was almost out of nowhere. It wasn't that short.
No, and this is the difficult thing at the moment for Ohori. She's having to pull off. I mean, the shot that wins the rally is on the line. It doesn't get any better. It's, well, okay, sorry, it's about an inch inside the line, but it's, you know, it's as close to perfection as you get. And this is the only way she's winning the rally at the moment because Wardoyo is playing so well. Can she maintain the level?
So 11-9 Wardoyo, the outsider at the start, has the lead at the mid-game interval. Well, Ohori's point, but she had to work so hard for it.
Yeah, and this is the thing at the moment. She's having to, I'm sure if the people at home heard at the interval, but the Indonesian team that were sitting on the benches turned into a girl band and gave us a lovely rendition of something. But they seem such a unified team. It's incredible. And you know, it's one of the points we highlighted earlier. It's very few times that you do represent your country in this manner, and how well you combine as a team and how unified you are. And I have to say the female Indonesian team, they do seem really, really together. Very young team all coming through, similar ages. Could even be the start of a new badminton girl band.
Well, they've got the instruments down there as well, haven't they?
Yep. Brilliant. Any half chance she's been given, Wardoyo, she's taken it. And if this is her level, there's no way she's staying at 38 in the world for long. It's going to be much higher than that very soon.
13-10. Service over. 11-13.
Brilliant.
Service over. 14-11.
I have to say, it's obviously easy for me to say, but if Indonesia were 2-0 up, this could be a even more stressful experience for Ohori.
Yeah, I do wonder if Ohori expected this kind of resistance from Wardoyo. She's got a 4-point lead now,
15-11.
and it's a perfectly fair
Yeah,
scoreline.
definitely. There's no doubt about it. Wardoyo's been the better player so far. Wow. Wow, wow. There's no way. If this is her level, I don't know how she's only 38 in the world. I mean, yes, she hasn't played a lot of tournaments, but for a 19-year-old, she's come out here like the experienced player. You know, if you're just turning in and someone said one player's ranked 11 in the world and player's ranked 38, you'd have it the other way around.
Well, she's making Ohori look a bit ordinary at the moment.
Yeah, Ohori's not really been given a chance to do anything. She hasn't had any time on the shuttle. She's been chasing.
Another winner flashes past the Japanese.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible.
17-11.
And this is it. Some players, they come alive in team events when they feel the whole nation behind them. And in theory, she's the player on court that doesn't have the pressure on them. And Ohori is the big, big favourite. The way Wardoyo's come out here, incredible. Obviously having her brother to look up to for advice or inspiration as well. Just missed it.
Service over. 12-17.
Fantastic get that from Ohori, but she was just so much on the back foot in the whole of that rally.
To be honest, not just the rally, the match. You know, it is almost just full domination, full control. Wardoyo's taking this game on, and this is what sometimes can happen when you feel the pressure. You are a little bit hesitant, and I would say Ohori is a little bit. She's on the back foot the whole time. She's kind of hoping that something will change. She's the one that's got to change it.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. She's hoping that Wardoyo's level dips.
Yep.
But she can only control what she does. Another limp shot. And it's just a couple of points away now from taking down this first game, Wardoyo. We've only been playing for 14 minutes, 14 pretty one-sided minutes.
And if Ohori doesn't change something, you know, Wardoyo's not just going to give her the game or lower her level because she's flying out there.
Service over. 13-19.
So here a whole clutch of match points for the teenager.
No, I'd say we definitely haven't seen the best version of Ohori, but it is full credit to Wardoyo. She hasn't let her opponent play, not giving her any chance to breathe.
Service over. 14-20.
Nearly sneaked that point as well.
Aya.
Trying to slow the game down here just to make Wardoyo think about the fact that she's got game points. And if that was the tactic, the teenager singularly unconcerned. 21 points to 14. Could have a big shock on the cards here. Remember, the tie is level at 1-1. And now Indonesia with a game advantage here in the second singles. Wardoyo takes the opener, 21 points to 14.
Coach 1, 20 seconds. Coach 1, 20 seconds.
Can she maintain this level, Esther Wardoyo? That's the question, because if she can, Ohori's going to have a mighty big ask to get back into this match.
Play. Service over. 1 love.
Yeah, great shot by Ohori.
Love.
It was the hold and the push over the top. That one. Lovely slice. Might be sneaking out, but this is a very different start to this second game. Ohori's come out a totally different player. A lot more aggressive, a lot more proactive, taking the game on. Nowhere near as negative as she was in the first.
So Wardoyo on the board in game 2.
1, 3.
Absolutely perfect.
Service over.
Just inside the line.
4, 1. Don't shout before the shot line.
the rally before the umpire, just reminding Ohori, please don't call before the shot hits the ground to possibly change the decision of the line judges.
Yeah, it actually looked like she thought about a challenge, Wardoyo, but didn't do it in the end. That's in.
Yeah, this is a totally different version of Ohori from the first game.
5-2.
She's done exactly what she needed to do. It's the right shot.
3-5.
That's just the wrong side of the line.
Good challenge.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to get any joy with this. Pretty much right behind that.
I mean, technically I am, but I'm not going to say, because I'm definitely going to get it wrong.
It just always looked like it was veering the wrong side. There we go.
To be the new Hawkeye, Trevor, you get a lot of them right.
One challenge remaining. 4-5. Play.
What a rally.
They're all out of their seats, the Indonesians. And after a strong start in this second game from Ohori, Wardoyo has got herself level.
Yeah, I think Ohori maybe even tried to leave that. She couldn't get herself out of the way.
Yeah.
It's a lovely hold, though, from Wardoyo. Yeah, and Wardoyo's done incredible to get herself back in there so quickly. Giving Ohori absolutely no room to breathe. Keep the pressure on her.
Out. Service over. 6-5.
Maybe a tiny bit too flat on that lift. There, yeah. Yeah, it's done a bit short. Ohori's read it really well.
Eight, 5. Service over. 6-8.
Fantastic shot.
7-8.
And she showed us a few this match so far, Wardoyo.
No matter what happens in this match, it's so exciting for the Indonesian fans. They're obviously very, very passionate badminton fans, but they've got such a good young generation of players coming through. 24 being the oldest member of the team.
Which tells you they must have the structure right back in Indonesia.
And this is the thing, it's such a big sport in Indonesia that, you know, obviously a fairly large population, that you have pretty big pool to pull from, and they're a nation that is continually improving. I think the female team hadn't quite been as devastating as the men's team, but now is showing that they're getting there. Brilliant net from Ohori.
10-8.
That net there, so tight, short-lived.
Keeps coming back at her.
Yeah, and that's a really aggressive attacking play that we saw so much of in the first game. Really trying to stamp her authority on this match, and well, she did it incredibly in the first.
Back on terms again.
10-all.
Just see the pressure on Ohori. Closer this gets, more the pressure's just going to build. And we're going to see a few more unforced errors.
Turned defensive to attack in the blink of an eye, and she leads at the mid-game break. Can Wardoyo keep up this level as Ohori got a way to get back into this? Momentum can change and turn so quickly. Going to go in. Oh, it's drift took it, didn't it? You could see it moving through the air.
Ohori there, she didn't recheck. She thought it was going out, but she didn't look. She had all the time in the world. Totally took her eye off the line. Big smile there from Wardoyo. Could a point like that prove so important? If this lead can stretch, there's no doubt about it, we're going to see a very, very tense Ohori.
Well, the other thing is, you know, Wardoyo might tense up a little bit if she gets close to the winning line. Sometimes hardest hurdle to clear is the last one, but at the moment, she's giving this woman a huge amount of problems.
Wardoyo there, she had that opportunity and she just played the wrong shot when she had Ohori in a lot of trouble. Back at her. There, that one. She'd have maybe stopped it off on the forehand side. Could have put Ohori in even more trouble to have opened the court up to have an even bigger chance. You know, it's easy for me to say that sat here. Wow. Stepped in, held, lovely shot. I've seen so many moments of the potential that Wardoyo has.
Just an exquisite touch.
She's doing this against a more experienced player who's 11 in the world.
All about the return, which made the winner relatively straightforward.
Yeah, and she steps in well, takes it early, punches it in a corner. Simpler mistakes Ohori makes, the more Wardoyo's going to believe, the more confident she's going to get.
Play on, play on. Service over, 13-14.
Oh, that was an opportunity. Just snatched at it a little bit.
She did. Thing is as well, the pressure that Ohori was under. I'd like Wardoyo to maybe have just stopped it off and have just continued the pressure until it was an easier opportunity.
So 3 points in a row for the Japanese.
Yeah, and Ohori's pulled it back just at the crucial time. 14-12 down. If that lead had have extended, got herself right back into this.
Disgust on her face. She missed that.
Got to say, the team benches couldn't be in a bigger contrast. Indonesia's team bench is absolutely packed of supporters and players, and in Japan there's only 3, 4, and they're very quiet, very subdued. The pressure Japan are under right now from the Indonesians. It's almost like the Indonesians are having a party. going out.
She plays that shot so well.
Yeah, and the thing is, she takes it that early. When you take it early, you've got all the options in the world, and obviously perfect technique, but over this, in quick, there, holds it. Really good quality of the shot as well.
Service over. 16 all.
Maybe went for a little bit too much there. She's in a pretty tough position to be able to play that shot.
Yes, sir. Get ready, get ready.
Well, now she's got just a touch of breathing space. 18-16.
18-16.
This is getting nervy now. Right at the business end of this second game. Indonesians still making probably more noise than anyone else in the stadium.
It's amazing the passion they have for badminton. The love for the game.
This is a colossal point. 19-17 or 18 all. Miss hit slightly.
Service over. 19-17.
She has no fear whatsoever.
Yeah, that's a very confident move there.
18-19.
Expect her to work the rally to get the opening before she goes for that, but if you're that accurate, you can do what you want. Literally perfection.
I'm not sure she can quite believe the standard of her opponent in this match so far, Ohori, but still just about got a nose in front. 2 points away from levelling the match, but it's tight. No room for errors now.
Great lift. Just sneaked out, is it?
Well, she's definitely going to challenge it because it's close enough to ask the question.
If this manages to clip the line.
Well, Ohori seemed pretty confident, didn't she? Giving it the big fist pump, but could be a double bluff. I don't know. Feeling was it'd probably just be wide, yeah.
Definitely didn't look quite as far out as that, but...
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining. Service over.
So 2 game
20.
points
Game point.
to level the match for
18.
Ohori. A little bit of good fortune there.
Oh, we've got another challenge.
Japan
I think this will go the same way as the last one. You may as well use it, but I'm not sure she's going to get any joy. Always felt in this game it was going to go to a really nervy, tight ending, and that's exactly what we've got here. 1 game point remaining for the Japanese on the Wardoyo serve.
Service over. 19-20. Play.
Incredible. Well, first of all, how on earth did Ohori stay in the point? And then she had an opportunity at the end she couldn't take.
It's just brilliant to defend this for so long. And it's actually probably the easiest shot she has there. Just drags it down. If she wins this point, the other Indonesian players, and they're going to be on their feet singing another song.
So 2 game points saved by Wardoyo.
Could she possibly get a match point?
Just too wide.
Everything now is so close. You know, we're talking a couple of centimetres.
21-20.
Very, very fine margin, the difference between these 2 players.
Yes, sir. Get ready, get ready. Yes, sir. Aya. Mr. Come here. I told you to get ready faster. No delay. No.
I think she has been slowing stuff down. I think that's perfectly reasonable for the umpire to give her a warning. No card issued. Game point. And she pulls it back. And you can see it's almost relief as much as joy there that she's got herself on level terms. 22-20, 1 game all.
Great placement on that overhead. You can see she gets trapped.
Good 1, 20 seconds. Good 1, 20 seconds. And Final game, love or play.
Well, psychologically, you'd think Ohori has a huge advantage now, having sort of almost come back from the brink at 20 all in the second game, but doesn't always work like that. You wonder also how much that's in, how much coming so close would have taken out of Wardoyo mentally.
It is hard when you're Wardoyo. She could see the finish line. She was so close.
Go, love.
So important. Yeah, she just can't give Ohori too much breathing space here.
Couple of early errors have just boosted Ohori's confidence a little bit.
Service over. 1, 3. So where do I? Thank you. Thank you. You want to take it out? No.
Well, obviously that's coming loose, that strapping there.
There's no chance that's going to stick now. No, it's got the sweat on it.
4, 2. Service over. 3, 4. One. 4 on.
Some very quick points here in Wardoyo's favour. The right shot. Can Ohori use her experience? You know, we're talking about a player that's won the Thailand Masters, semi of the Asian Games, semi-final of the French Open, just outside 10 in the world.
Play.
Well, she's continuing to go for her shots, just missed that one.
5.
But you gotta love the approach of Esther Wardoyo.
Steps in well, takes that so early, and then look how tight that shot is.
Thank you.
Really makes Wardoyo stretch, travel the full distance of the court.
Probably feels she should have made that from mid-court.
Yeah, definitely. Gets up, it's quite short. In a good position. You can see the relief from Ohori there. Decision there, and for me this does come from, you know, when you're slightly apprehensive, slightly nervous, you make some wrong choices. This is a long way in.
Service over. 9-7.
It's too flat and short, easy for Ohori to intercept. Perfection again.
She'll have nightmares about that shot, won't she, Ohori? Because Wardoyo has done this to her so many times now.
Yeah, just catching the tape. Shuttle kind of dying on Ohori.
Service over. 10-8.
time a player looks like the possibility of kind of getting a lead or sneaking away and put it right back in. Definitely a few more off of there is creeping in.
So she's behind at the mid-game break, but it's not insurmountable. A 2-point lead. The denouement coming in a moment.
Sekarang udah tinggal ini.
No, time is over. Play. Go in. Yeah, you play on. Eleven, 9. Play.
So to a conclusion now. Well, stamina sapping rally for starters, and Ohori goes wide.
10, 11. Play on.
These errors may come back to haunt her. Should have put that away, and she knows it. And Wardoyo back on terms again.
There's no doubt about that. She didn't even have to win it on that shot. Wardoyo was in quite big trouble in that situation. And this is what a team event does to you when you feel the pressure. Much better. Much more composure then. When you get your opponent in this much trouble here, the gaps are so big. Almost impossible for Wardoyo to be able to cover the whole court in that situation. I just think to myself then, is she going to start to fade, as in fatigue, you know, physically and mentally, just because of kind of the roller coaster this game's been. Going just over an hour now, 63 minutes.
No sign of it yet, really.
No, which is very, very impressive. Such a young player at 19.
Indonesia challenger. Ball out.
Any ideas, Trevor? Walkoy?
No, I'm on the fence with this one, don't know.
That means it's got to be very close. Oh, Ohori's given the shuttle back.
She could just be one of life's natural pessimists.
Oh my goodness. And this is the fine line. No, I don't even know what that is. It's probably a millimetre. The difference between perfection or a mistake. That's how close it's got to be for Trevor to not be able to spot if it's in or out.
Still, you can almost feel the nerves out there. The tension, pressure. And it's still in the group stage.
Brilliant. So aggressive. You know, she hasn't really stopped that throughout the match. She's playing how she wants to play. Following in the footsteps. Tunjung, she probably looks up to and has admired as a more experienced senior player. This works well from Ohori, is kind of when she goes over and then goes over again almost with the same shot, because then it opens up the court there. It's a good shot, but she's given herself that chance by the shot before. Definitely been a tactic to re-lift to the forehand corner. Possibly there, just a few shots going through her head. And that's something she's done so well. The shot selection has been so good throughout the match.
Good leave.
Service over. 14-15.
Always look a bit silly if you get it wrong, leave it and it lands in with the scoreline as it is, but it was beyond the back line and she's back within one again. Match swaying one way, then the other.
This is turning into an absolute classic. 67 minutes in, 15 all in the third, 1 all in the match.
Play on, play on.
Missed it.
16-15.
Indonesia squad brass band is back in focus. It's asking a lot, I think, to make that on the narrow side.
Just feels this tension is building more and more, and we're just seeing just a few more slightly tense shots coming where they're just missing by a whisker.
She had virtually no margin for error at all from that shot.
Yeah, I'd say she went for it a bit too early in the rally. The gap wasn't really there. Had to have been pinpoint accuracy. Brilliant shot. Did so well to get herself out of trouble there. Deep forehand cross court.
They were out of their seats almost during that rally.
Yeah, and they're still out their seats now.
Fantastic exchange between the two. Not for the first time this afternoon. Wardoyo comes off best. Who can handle the pressure best? Can handle the situation.
Then just the wrong shot. It kind of delayed everything, which allowed Ohori to be able to step up and predict what was going to happen. Just that net cord there. Doyle's got to lift that one. How many more twists and turns are we going to have? He's going to take the lead. What a treat this game's been. 70 minutes now. What an incredibly mature performance from Wardoyo.
Biggest gap there's been in this game was 3-love, and they were the first 3 points. Since then, nothing more than 2.
Just feel as well like now Ohori there just telling herself to stay calm. Just snatched on that last shot with Wardoyo. I think the chance of seeing lots of pretty rallies definitely reduces now. Got to work the rally. Just trying to force it. She had it in the mid-court going flat right at Ohori.
Took a bit of a gamble. She'd been so patient up to that point. Took really there to try and make a winner off. It would have been a phenomenal shot.
Yeah, I think in that rally, Ohori, she was quite happy to just rally, just play out the rally.
And patience proved a virtue, and she has 2 match points. against the 19-year-old.
Match point 18.
Have a lot of sympathy for Wardoyo because she played brilliantly, but Ohori comes through in the end in a really tight, tense third game, 21-18, and it means Japan take a 2-1 lead in the tie. But that woman can come back with a massive amount of credit. Understandably, she's a bit emotional. But I think we're going to see and hear a lot of her, Chris, in the next few years.
Definitely, for a 19-year-old. Played incredible, and she could easily have snatched that. She should be, you know, proud of her performance. I think we're going to see a lot of her in the future.
All smiles now. There are a few grimaces out on the court, though. It was a seismic struggle for Ohori, but she wins 14-21, 22-20, 21-18, hour and a quarter on court. Up next, it's the second doubles. Miura and Sakamoto ranked 11 in the world, up against two 19-year-olds, Puspitasari and Rose. We've seen what teenagers can do. Back in a moment. Welcome back to Chengdu. It's been a fascinating morning so far. Huge complex where we are, by the way. It covers 200,000 square meters, the whole thing. At the World Table Tennis Championships here back in 2022. They also play volleyball here, basketball. They have some concerts, I believe. We've had plenty of singing from the Indonesian squad here this afternoon. But the fact of the matter is it's 2-1 now to Japan in the tie. So the point of no return for Indonesia. Basically, Puspitasari and Rose have to win against Miura and Sakamoto. Otherwise, Japan will win the tie and therefore top the group. Indonesia guaranteed to progress. They'll just face the winners of another group in the quarter-final rather than a runners-up. Waiting for the officials. They're on court now, actually. So it shouldn't be long before players make their entrance. Here they come. Ranked 11 in the world, Miura and Sakuramoto. So on paper, you would make them favourites, but as we've just seen, doesn't always work out that way. Never met before, these two pairs.
Indonesia, red or black, what do you choose? Red, for you. Red, your choice. Who will receive? Rose receives. On my left, and Sakuramoto will serve.
Their ranking of 11th, Miura and Sakuramoto, is their best ever. Actually won their first title as a pair at the Canada Open a couple of years ago. It's a Super 500 now. Back when they won, it was a Super 100. But they did win the Super 300 Swiss Open last year. And also the Orléans Masters. So they have been in the winner's circle a few times. Sakuramoto, of course, known for her previous partnership with Takahata. Now with this woman, Rina Miura. Both 28, these two. And as I say, on paper at least, you would make them fairly warm favourites against a pair ranked outside the top 30. No issues so far against either Hong Kong or Uganda, but this you suspect is going to be a bit of a step up against the two young Indonesians, both still teenagers. .29 was their best, that was only last month. Got a silver in the World Junior Championship in the girls' doubles a couple of years ago. Also a silver in the Southeast Asian Games. They actually had a string of first and second round defeats last year, but then they made the quarterfinals of the Spain Masters and they won the Odisha Masters, which is a Super 100. And then a big break came a couple of months ago when they won the Orléans Masters, a Super 300 in France. Bit of a struggle in their first match. Bit of a golfing experience here, Chris. Both 28, the Japanese women, and against two 19-year-olds.
Yeah, on paper, definitely, it looks a big challenge for the Indonesians. But we've seen, you know, in previous matches how some of these young players coming through, they just haven't quite the exposure and they're rising to the occasion. Being silver medalists of the World Juniors is going to be interesting to see their level. The player they lost to is Liu Shengshu, who is, you know, one of the very best in the world now, seniors.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Indonesia, represented by Melissa Trias Puspitasari and Rachel Alicia Rose. And on my left, Japan, represented by Rena Miyaura and Sakuramoto Ayako. Japan to serve, Sakuramoto Ayako. to Rachel Alicia Rhodes. Level. Play. One love.
Well, powerful start from the Japanese pair. I think having seen that, if they were watching any of the last singles match, probably not, because they would have been on the practice courts, but it was quite clear in that singles match that very early that kind of Wardoyo had the early upper hand. And it was a real struggle. Eventually, Ohori got through, but if you can assert early, it takes a lot of the sting out the opponent's game.
Service over. 3-1.
They look in determined mood, these two. Early stages here.
Yeah, and they're one of the pairs that's continuing to improve. Some of the results as of late have been really, really impressive. Nearly perfect.
5-1.
Yeah, the Japanese semi-final of the All England made quarter-final of the Asian Championships and lost 21-19 in the third to the world number ones. Read it really well. She's just frustrated with the shot she played.
It's over. 6-2.
Really good attack and defense from the Japanese. This is where the challenge does look tough, because can the Indonesians get through? Just seeing clearly the Japanese definitely can. Brilliant counter-attack from Miura.
Just feels at the moment as though they've got a bit too much firepower for the two young Indonesians. Said before though many times, it may take them a little while to just to settle here. It's beautifully guided.
9-2.
It's amazing though for Japan. This is, you know, the 4th pair that they currently have in the world rankings. And a world-class pair. 2 pairs above them, Hirota, Tokushima. There's questions about if they were going to continue or if maybe they're contemplating retiring from the game.
Service over, 10-3.
So, in complete contrast to the last match in this tie, the Japanese in control early on. 11-3 it is at the mid-game interval.
Angkat, jangan nggak usah terlalu posisinya, nggak usah langsung tangan balik. Lewatin dulu, pindahin lagi. Ya, enak taruh, enak setengah saya putar. Nggak usah langsung kencengin terus. Ya, setengah turunin. Enak kencengin, nggak enak udah taruh lagi, angkat lagi. Ya, siap ya. Nggak usah buru-buru ngomong kenceng-kencengan. Ya, dimainin satu-satu enak, pindahin. Ya, oke, kasih aja. Players on court.
11-3, play.
That's brilliant attack from the Japanese, and they have been very dominant in this game so far. Very clinical, haven't really put a foot wrong. Brilliant interception. Rose at the net. Made a great move, read it. Haven't really had many opportunities yet to see that from the Indonesians. Incredible counter defense from Miura. You see here, look, you see Rose is off balance. She's going backwards in the smash. There's not enough angle on it. So it's quite easy for the Japanese to be able to step in and whip it cross.
Thank you.
Minutes into the game, 13-4 to the Japanese. Wow. Great shot. Where did that come from?
I think it's part instinct, to be honest. See the replay, let's have a look.
In big trouble here, the Indonesians. Good smash. Fantastic placement on that block.
Yeah, she knew exactly what she was doing.
Fantastic touch. All of a sudden, Rose has come alive for the Indonesians. 3 brilliant rallies from her. And again.
7-13.
The game's totally changed.
(12-3) at one stage.
Yeah, and the level from the Indonesians drastically improved.
Miyaura receives. Sakuramatu, be ready to receive. Don't seek advice.
Great shot, and this is, you know, it's like a different pair. Especially Rose, she's come alive. Probably the last 7 rallies. The amount they've improved by is amazing. Maybe they're a bit nervous at the start.
So 6 out of the last 7 points they've won. It's not just the fact they've won them, it's the way they've won them. In many unforced errors at the other end, it's been all Indonesian winners.
Silva, 49.
Incredible. How on earth did they win that point?
That's a great block. Yeah, how did she get that back?
Almost look at that as a bonus point. Japanese. It's amazing how just, you know, winning a point like that just lifts you. And all of a sudden, the scoreboard looks lopsided again.
Yeah, and we've had some incredible momentum shifts in this game. All the Japanese and the Indonesians came back, and it looked really impressive from them. And back with the Japanese. They do have their really set roles, the Japanese. Miura's definitely the net player in that partnership. Sakuramoto, the rear court player. When they're that formation, they're so dangerous. That situation, when you put pace in a return of serve, you should really split sides. Can't commit forward.
Back in control now, cruise control.
19-9.
Just had to work hard in the middle section of this game where the Indonesians were seriously threatening a comeback.
Great serve.
And it's set up the lovely drop, and now a whole clutch of game points, 11 of them. Little good fortune, but I don't think it would have really changed the outcome. They'd have won it, one of the other game points anyway. So 21-9 after a little tricky section in the middle of that game where the Indonesians won 6 of 7 points. But in the end, it's a comfortable margin. 1 game to love, Japan in front.
Kamu tajemin, kalau nggak arahnya sekalian buat shot. Kamu berarti tembak tengah lagi, tembak. Kalau kamu tembak kencang kamu di sini, habis ini bagus. Hati-hati, nggak apa-apa kamu nembak tapi kamu siap dibanting ya, gitu loh. Dibanting nggak harus paksain. Kamu lihat, kamu pindahin silang nggak apa-apa. Ya tadi kamu setengah berapa kali lurus kan, kayak yang kanan dijagain. Pindahin silang nggak apa-apa. Gunainin aja.
20 seconds. 20 seconds. Players back on court. Second game, la ball. Play.
That's just incredibly solid defense there from Sakamoto. Even had some half-court lifts, the Indonesians, but they just couldn't find a way through. Sakamoto there, really solid.
Well, just the start that the Japanese pair would have wanted. Just trying to take the sting out of any possible Indonesian fight back here. Obviously very early stages in game 2, but I want to give them early encouragement. That's going to go wide though.
That's over. 1-3. Service over. 4-2.
I think it is a good test for the Indonesians, just to kind of, for them to clearly see the level of the very, very best in the world. At such a young age, 19, being given this big opportunity. And the biggest thing for the Indonesians will just be seeing the relentless consistency from the Japanese and the speed at which they can move the shuttle around.
Yeah, and obviously the distinct lack of unforced errors as well. It's where they look so impressive. Knew that was going to happen as soon as I said it. But it's been a rarity, to be fair to in this match so far.
Yeah, they've been very, very good so far. And it follows on from the form that they've had this year. Great rally from the Indonesians. I think on this one here, when Sukuramoto goes cross, she's expecting her partner to chase. There's a big gap there. We've seen it so many times in this competition so far. You've had the more experienced pair in the first game. The less experienced pairs really struggled in the first game and then totally transformed it in the second, and their level's risen. It's almost a shock of playing a pair of that high caliber. So we've had that a little bit in this match also. Very one-sided first game, and this one already a lot more competitive.
Play.
From the Indonesians. That's the sort of rally the Japanese want, a long drawn-out rally, moving the shuttle around.
Well, I think she probably should have made the first one, Miara, but she did make the second. And they needed that after a little run of points for their opponents.
It was a good push, set up, easy opportunity at the end.
Thank you.
The cross block from Sukuramoto did the damage. This whole tie has been such an evenly contested encounter between the two countries, which is amazing from Indonesia with such a young team.
Play.
Competing against one of the very best nations in the world. Definitely seen a few more mistakes from the Japanese in the second game, but it's credit to the Indonesians challenging them, getting a lot more back, causing them a lot more stress.
Service over, 7-6.
On one hand you could say a clever shot, on the other hand you could say, for me, there's no reason for Rose to go for that. Partner can easily get it. Shot there. Rose almost stops. Her recovery was really slow. Watch here. The recovery is so slow. I don't really understand.
Thank you.
Well, big margin of victory in the first game for the Japanese pair, but this has been pretty much tight right from the start. Played very quickly onto that, Sakamoto.
It's over, 9-7. Thank you.
Frustrating points for the Indonesians. They'd worked the rally, they got the opportunity. And there's a slight miscommunication. You can see how short this is. Rose kind of goes for it, and then I think she almost thinks to leave it, but
Rose.
It's good, yeah, and it's a 4-point lead for Miyaura and Sakamoto, already ahead by a game to love.
See on that shot there, she just unfortunately exposes the partnership. When you go cross, it's got to be accurate.
ngambil itu aja, garing ngangkat terus serang balik. Kalau itu aja ngambil itu aja, ya.
Biarin passing forward. Rachel, Melissa. 11-7, play.
Once again, they nearly saved a lost cause.
Service over, 8.
Yeah, the one Miura actually got back was much harder than that last one. Could have even lifted that in the middle just to survive. Here, the Japanese nearly have a collision, but exactly the right thing to do. The net player is the player that can't see, so the net player is the one that kind of takes charge, and the rear court player, the one that can see, has to make the correct movement, which is out the way to allow the net player to come out. It's exactly what they did. Net player's got to keep going. If they stop, then no one's going to know what's happening.
Hold. Service over. 12-9.
Reminder that obviously if the Japanese pair win this game, and therefore the match, and therefore the tie as well,
yeah, because we're still in the group, even if Japan do win this match, the last match will still be played, whereas in the knockout, that's not the case. Great attack, and you know, shows just how competitive this overall tie has been. All the other courts are totally finished, and we still have another game. And we still have a third ladies singles, and this is far from finished.
Yeah, this may go another 2 games if the Indonesians can rouse themselves. They're only 3 points adrift. And they've shown in this match already they're capable of winning a number of consecutive points, getting a little run together. Certainly not safe yet. 2 women in blue. That was a little wasteful, however.
Over 11-15.
Yeah, good defensive shot. Just had enough pace on to make it really difficult for Miura to intercept that. Don't think it's her shot. I think she's got to let that go through to her partner.
By a long way.
Good placement here. You can see both Japanese players going for it. It's bang in the center of them. Interesting on that, because possibly the wrong move from Miyaura. She hit pace in an upward direction and chased forward, but she won the point. This one steps in and then continues to chase. If Rose could have intercepted that, she would have been in big trouble.
Just about got away with that via a large piece of the net.
Slightly loose, but really well read by Rose to step forward.
Oh, yes.
Wow. Really good return, so accurate. I don't think there's even a loose serve. Placement.
14.
Well spotted, that's where the gap was. Sharp, really sharp. And the order at the net. Plays really patient, then when she gets a chance, chases forward, reads it. It has gone in an upward direction. Still great interception.
And that error brings up 6 match points for Rina Miyaura and Ayako Sakamoto.
I have to say, where were Japan hiding Miyaura for so long, considering only in probably the last 18 months she's burst onto tour?
Yeah, at the age of 28 now. Just in.
Yeah, I think that their reaction, there's no doubt they're definitely not challenging.
Miyaura.
Well, maybe the scoreline doesn't quite tell the whole story. You look at 21-9, 21-15, and you think, yeah, it must have been fairly one-sided. Kind of was at times, but I think we saw enough from Puspitasari and Rose, Chris, to suggest that they may well be moving up in this game in the next few years.
Definitely a pair for the future. I think one area that they're going to improve in will just be on the physical side, and I think that's the area where their opponents were better today. A little bit quicker, a little bit stronger, more powerful, skill-wise really good. Definitely another prospect for the future for the Indonesians.
Means Japan win the tie, so they will play a runner-up from one of the other groups. So 3-1 it is, one match to go, 21-9, 21-15. The scoreline in 40 minutes of play. And the one match coming up is the 17-year-old, really exciting young player, Tomoka Miyazaki. She will face Komang Dewi from Indonesia in a moment. Welcome back to Chengdu. Now, if you're a poetry fan and you're in these parts, you might want to visit Du Fu Thatched Cottage, western outskirts of Chengdu. And it's basically a homage to the poet Du Fu, who wrote 240 poems. Among them, My Thatched Hut Was Torn Apart by Autumn Wind, apparently, is a particular favourite. Anyhow, back to something we probably understand rather more, and we are just one match away from concluding the tie. Tomoka Miyazaki up against Komang Dewi from Indonesia. There they are. And the officials are on court, which means the players will be walking out any moment. So here come the protagonists for our final women's singles. Tomoka Miyazaki leading the way. Precocious talent that she is at the age of just 17. Not that Komang Devi's particularly aged, she's only 21. But Miyazaki already in the top 30 in the world. There's been an awful lot written about her, which kind of creates its own pressure in a way, Chris, doesn't it? When everyone's saying and tipping you to be an absolute superstar.
Definitely, and it's a strange thing to kind of be in a position where you're 17 and you actually do have a bit of pressure on you, because everyone is expecting something incredibly special, because she is special. You know, at this age to be the level she is quite outstanding.
Red, so black is for you. Red. That side. Receive, so you will serve.
Ranked 26 in the world already. She was a spot higher a couple of months ago. Famously won the World Junior Championships as a high school student in 2022 when she was just 16, and she's got one of the best smiles in the game as well. And then, of course, she won the All-England Masters in March. That was a Super 300. And to win a tournament like that at that age. Incredibly rare and phenomenally impressive. She's won 3 international titles as well. Had a bit of a struggle against the Liang Ka-wing. Came through in the end. No problems against the Ugandan that she played. And Dewi, who's ranked 56 now in the world. She was 42, that was only earlier this month. It's amazing how much they move in that sort of part of the rankings, 40 through to 80 and 90. Called up to the national Indonesia team at 18, and I mentioned that she's 21 now. She got a bronze at the Southeast Asian Games last year. Won both the matches here without really a problem. She actually lost her first 3 international event finals and then finally broke through the 4th one. That was last year in Nantes in France.
Ready to play?
Paul de Kuiper of the Netherlands is the man in charge of this one, and Vinay Datan of India will be his service judge. There he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Indonesia, represented by Komang Ayukaya Dewi. And on my left, Japan, represented by Tomoka Miyazaki. Japan to serve, love all, play.
So Miyazaki getting our final match of the tie underway. Japan already assured to have won it, leading 3-1.
I have to say, from the earlier match that we did against Hong Kong, she did so well to turn the match around, because in the first game she was outplayed, and I don't think she played badly. Her opponent just played really, really well, but at such a young age to be able to turn things around and not let the nerves get the better of you.
2, love.
Great shot.
Service over. 1, 2.
You know, the reason we keep going on about 17 and excelling is because, as we said, most 17-year-olds are at school, and experiencing these kind of things, it's just so far from the kind of the normal player.
Wow. It's just a wonderfully constructed point, and, you know, mature beyond their years.
It all looks so calm and controlled. Often young players can look a little bit rushed, or, you know, forcing it, or they're trying to play a shot that's not really possible, but there's none of that from her. Other thing is, when you look at her ranking, she's ranked 26 in the world at 17, which in itself is impressive, but she's only got 13 tournaments. So she's only allowed kind of 3 tournaments to not be of a very high standard. So once she's played a few more and averaged it out, she's going to be even higher.
3, all.
And the hardest thing is probably balancing your education when you're performing to such a phenomenal level where you need to fit the training in with the education side of it and touring the world. Brilliant. Wow.
It's a fascinating little net duel before that, wasn't it? And then, as you say, the excellence of Miyazaki's winner.
Absolute perfection on the line.
Service over. 4-all.
Must be so strange for Miyazaki's classmates seeing her on TV, you know, they're studying their maths or whatever, and she's representing her nation at one of the biggest badminton tournaments, team tournaments that there is.
She might get a rousing reception when she goes back, I reckon.
Great turn, wow.
5-4.
Miyazaki obviously thought it was going to be a lift there, but incredible cross net. Lovely skill from down there to play that shot. Incredible.
Late turn of the wrists and a wonderful angle she created, Dewi. That's pretty good, though.
Service over. 5-all. Service over. 6-all.
Great turn. Stepped in, read it, took it so early.
7-6.
A lot of talk's obviously been about Miyazaki so far, but Dewi's had a good start to this match. Look at some of her previous results, and the only one that stands out would be she won a challenge in Nantes in France.
Yeah, she got to 3 finals, didn't she? And then eventually won one.
She's only got 10 tournaments on her world ranking, so fairly new on tour.
Over.
And again for Indonesia, you know, another young player coming through, only 21 years of age. And it is showing how their ladies singles is transforming. before Gregoria. Indonesia had just a little bit of a gap where they didn't have a really, really high-level lady singles player. One of the categories that was letting them down at the Sudirman Cup.
Service over, 10-8.
Oh, that's just lovely, isn't it?
Service over,
It's class, that.
9-10. Service over, 11-9, interval.
So a 2-point lead for the Indonesian at the mid-game break.
Eleven, 9, please.
Fantastic rally. I think Dewi here is showing us that she's also a player to watch out for. Come out pretty aggressive, showing some lovely skill and shots.
Yeah, and Miyazaki quickly discovering that life at this level can be tough. Battling her last match, which she came through in 3 games, but that lead is increasing now for Komang Devi.
This is the unique thing about Miyazaki being 17 generally. At that age, every game, you're the underdog, but most of the time she's a favourite now.
Service
on paper
over,
anyway.
10-13.
Attack. All 3 Indonesian lady singles players we've seen pretty aggressive.
10.
All creative and taking the charge on, taking the rally on.
It's landed in as well, and she's on a bit of a roll at the moment, the Indonesian.
Just starting to run away with it. Can Miyazaki just steady herself and turn this around?
Wow, brilliant net play from both women, but at the end there, Komang Devi, how good was that?
Yeah, the control she had throughout that rally. Lovely backhand here. Look how late she is. She's in so much trouble, but to control that like that, incredible. There's another one earlier on where she took it so low as well. 17-10.
Service over. 11-17.
Lovely little hold and push. Bit of magic.
18-11.
She only led 10-9 a short while ago, but look at the scoreline now.
Yeah, since the interval, she's really pulled away. Wow, again, really aggressive. Reading exactly where it's going.
19-11.
Gets up there and then straight forward, she knows.
Just all over at the moment. Well, if she'd got that back, I think Miyazaki might have raised the white flag. Wasn't entitled, really, to have stayed in the rally as long as she did.
Service over. 20, game point, 12.
So 8 opportunities here to take the opening game for Komang Devi. That will do. A lot of errors from Miyazaki in that opening game, but take nothing away from the Indonesian. And she wins it fairly comfortably in the end.
Seconds, 20 seconds. Second game, level, play. Service over. 1 love. Love.
A little bit of fortune there.
3 love. Love.
Well, not the start he or she were looking for in this second game.
Brilliant. And it is so amazing, you know, I've said it a few times, but it really is, that she got outplayed in the first game, but the way she started the second game, she's not fazed by it at all. And when you're the big, I guess she's not the big favourite, but she definitely is the favourite out of the two players, but the pressure's kind of more on her, but she's not playing like that at all. She's just playing free, not really letting anything faze her.
So Dewi on the board in this second game after being on the receiving end of a bit of a Miyazaki blitz.
Absolute perfection again. When you look at the results of Dewi as well, I'd say she is getting better and better. Should win the challenge some time ago, but more recent results. Semi-final of the Spain Masters. Pretty big result.
3-5.
Also in the semi-final, taking Ratchanok to 3 games.
Service over. 6-3.
You can see on that net shot, as she's playing it, she's pulling out, she's pulling away. That's why the shot doesn't make it over the net. Absolute plumb on the line.
Wow. That's almost cheeky.
It's great skill to control that cross court. amazing how we've seen so many matches turn on the head, you know. First game's just totally outplayed. Now in this second game, definitely the better player so far.
Well, it was right in the zone for Dewi. Nowhere near enough height on the clear from Miyazaki.
Service over. 10-4.
Pinpoint accuracy once again. Not being phased, still playing just as accurate. Some players might try and be a lot safer.
Service over. 5-10.
Be careful here and try and keep concentration levels up. Everything can change very quickly, and we've already seen how dangerous the Indonesian is.
It's amazing. She's right back in it.
Tomoka, be ready.
What once was, what seemed a blink of an eye ago, 10-4. Right back in it, 9-10 now.
Just too much angle.
Service over.
It was close, but it's mid-game point, and Miyazaki with a 2-point advantage.
11, 9. Play.
A good positive start after the interval. Both these two players, just because they're both young, kind of coming through. Just seeing a few waves of brilliance, but also just a little bit of inconsistency from both.
Service over, 10-13.
Great pickup. There's possibly a little bit of hesitation. Miyazaki just questioning if it was in or out.
Got to admire the way that Komang Devi's come back from a mile behind in this game, and she looks really assured, looking very much like she did for much of the opening game. Just too much angle on that though.
Service over, 14-11.
These just fine margins in regards to 6 inches maybe. Turns into a brilliant shot, but just gets pushed out. Ends up being such a cheap point. Miyazaki, a crucial part of the second game. Ultra aggressive there from Dewi. Maybe a little bit forcing it too much there. Really stretching her opponent or making Miyazaki actually have to move.
Come on. Get ready.
Great pickup. Wow. Did incredible to get that one back.
11.
Yeah, because it wasn't a bad shot, was it, from Dewi?
Great pickup. Very clinical. No backswing. Not trying to hit it too hard either.
So she's got a little bit of breathing space now at 16-11. After Komang Dewi came right back at her.
Service over, 12-16.
Great pickups, 2 of them for Miyazaki.
Wow.
And there's a brilliant winner.
Service over.
She read that and she stormed in. That wasn't a bad shot. Incredible turn. Look how tight that is. Just a moment of magic. Miyazaki. Although Japan obviously have won the tie 3-1. It's a lot closer than that. 2 other matches that possibly could have gone the other way.
17-13. Play.
Struggle to see now how it won't go to 3 games. It's going to have to be an incredible comeback from Dewi.
Beautifully landed and sets up 7 game points to level the match for the 17-year-old.
Service over, 14-20. Game.
So with a minimum of fuss really towards the end of that game at least, 21-14, Tomoka Miyazaki levels affairs, and we are going to have a fascinating final game decider coming up in just a moment. Twenty seconds. 20 seconds.
Final game. Love all. Play.
Final game of the match. Final game of the tie. Trying to predict who's going to win it. Very difficult after Miyazaki fought back well in that second game. And she's off and running in the third now as well.
One love.
She made it.
Service over.
Hugely entertaining rally. Well, more of this, please, and this decider. Looking ultra aggressive as well. She was in the early stages of game 2, as I recall.
Brilliant shot. Gets up well, plays it to perfection. Exactly where the gap was. Just a little bit wild, forcing it.
4-1.
That'd be the worst shot she's hit in the whole match, that, actually, because she's been so impressive generally.
Just getting a little bit impatient now, it feels.
Service over. 2-5.
Great pickup.
Just when you think one woman or the other starting to get on top, it just kind of changes a little bit again. Really watchable women's singles, this.
There's a better constructed point there from Dewi. Worked the rally, more patient. Eventually got what she wanted. Would that prove costly?
4-5.
I think they can believe that she's missed it.
It's one of the easier ones when you have slightly more time. Just gives you slightly longer to think. That rally turned into a total box game. Front and back was out.
Just literally clipped the net, didn't it? And pretty much died. Nothing that Miyazaki could do.
Service over, 6-5.
Just missed it.
7-5.
Buff Tate in a pretty good position, stepping in. Do feel just a little bit of impatience coming from Dewi. Long way out of that one.
Service over, 6-7.
Fiendishly difficult though, isn't it, to pick a winner from here. Both women have their moments and both make errors like that.
2
7-4.
Inexplicable, really.
Yeah. That's why one of the most simplest tactics, you know, make your opponent play, cause them stress. Wow.
8-7.
3 massive gifts from nowhere. No way. How on earth did she get that back?
It looked impossible via the net cord. Somehow, she found a way. How do you do
Look how tight that was. She got net cord off it. Absolutely incredible. She goes from 3 very simplistic, basic mistakes to a moment of pure magic.
And we're all spare again.
Service over, 9-8.
She was there so early. She read it.
9-all.
Missed it by a fraction. These points are going to be the crucial ones.
Service over, 10-9.
So an 11-9 lead for Komang Dewi as they go for the mid-session break. But you certainly wouldn't rule Miyazaki out just yet. Going to be a fascinating conclusion in about a minute's time.
Players, back on court. Tomoka, Koman, on court. 11-9. Play.
To a finish then.
Service over. 10-11.
Absolutely nothing would surprise me here. You could get one of these women suddenly winning by a margin, or we could go to a goal point. Nothing would surprise me at all.
Brilliant. And when she does construct a rally and put it together and out-position her opponent and is patient enough to wait for the opportunity where she does here, you can see the lift's incredibly short. Brilliant.
She left herself in no man's land, didn't she, there, Miyazaki? That short lift. Never going to be able to repel the advances of the Indonesian from there. There's another one of those errors that they all add up.
Next few points just so important in this part of the game. The lead be extended further. Maybe going out.
Yeah, she's not really a lever at Dewi from what we've seen in this match. Hardly left anything that, and that one was obvious, but Miyazaki has left a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, Dewi's doing the right thing. If you're not 100% sure, play it. Better to be safe. Brilliant, brilliant. Stepped up. Well, she does play the full rally like she's doing. She looks so good. She had that patch in the third where she was just forced a few. Yeah, great shot. And even if her opponent, Miyazaki, does get it back, she'll be able to kill the next one.
Service over. 11-15.
Great pickup.
That's just missed the line. Great defensive play from Dewi there.
16-11.
Now, I don't want to tempt fate, but if she was able to keep this lead and win this, that win from Ohori, 21-18 in the third against Wardoyo, could that prove crucial that game?
17-11.
No matter what happens here, Indonesia's lady singles players. Incredible performance from all three of them against Japan in this tie. All underdogs on paper. Good pressure.
Service over. 12-17.
Definitely not over yet though. Miyazaki. There, steps forward, good pressure. She knows Dewi can't get that away. Perfect, absolutely perfect.
We were right behind that. Just see the shuttle curl slightly left to right. And she had the perfect length, the perfect line. It's the question of concentration now, you fancy, for Yamaguchi. Don't try and win the point too quickly, exercise a little patience. She's a naturally attacking player.
Line judge.
Now slightly lost in translation there. The umpire was trying to get hold of the line judge, but I'm not sure he understood.
Play.
Well, that's a shot that says I'm not done yet.
13-18.
She got footwork slightly wrong, maybe lost sight of the shuttle for a second. Indonesian team have not stopped cheering every single rally, the whole entire tie.
Yes, and we're approaching 6 hours of action here. Probably approaching the end of it too, unless something extraordinary happens.
Great pick up.
How did she do that?
Incredible defence there.
On the ground 1 minute, back up, firing it into the open court. And here are 7 match points for the Indonesian.
And if they can convert. This was such a close tie between Indonesia and Japan. Lady singles 21-18 in the third. Ohori managed to snatch it, second lady singles.
Well, she's been making an awful lot of headlines this year, has Tomoka Miyazaki, but this afternoon she's met someone in absolutely prime form in 21-year-old Komen Dewi, who wins that the third game 21-13 to win the match and reduce Indonesia's arrears in the tie to 3 matches to 2.
Match won by Indonesia, 21-12.
so much hype about Miyazaki. I think maybe Dewi was trying to make a point of her own. They both played well. You can't say Miyazaki played badly. Took a little while to warm up in the first game. Excellent in the second. Maybe just too many unforced errors in the third, but that woman was good. And we'll see both these nations, of course, in the quarterfinals, but the advantage Japan have is that they will not play a group winner. They'll play a nation that finished second in the group. So she wins, does Dewi, 21-12, 14-21, 21-13, 57 minutes the match time. Well, here's what we've seen, and as Chris says, it could have all come down to that Ohori match where she won the side of 21-18. The first two matches also went 3 games, and in the end, a 3-2 victory for Japan. So here's how the groups all finished. So China and India will qualify from Group A. China is the winners of that group. No real surprises anywhere. Thailand and Chinese Taipei, the two that will go through. Group B, Japan and Indonesia, we knew that. We knew they were going to go through, just not quite in which order. And then Korea and Denmark are the teams from Group D. There we see it. China and India. Denmark and Korea. Group D, Japan and Indonesia. 8 serious badminton countries there. The draw will be made later. Meanwhile, at 5 o'clock local time, rejoin us for a Thomas Cup tie between Indonesia and India. Jill Clark-Stein Pedersen will be guiding you through that one. For now, though, after what, nearly 6 hours of action, from me, Trevor Harris, Chris Langridge, our whole cast and crew in Chengdu, thanks for watching and bye-bye.
Just testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Silver. One more mic.
Testing 1 2 3 test. Jockey test 1 2 3 test.
Test.
Okay. Can you hold it longer?
Okay.
So.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a gentle reminder, since this is going to be live, please can we request for your kind cooperation to turn your phone on silent. Thank you. distinguished guests, team managers, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and welcome to the draw for the BWF Uber Cup knockout stage of the TotalEnergies BWF Thomas and Uber Cup Finals 2024. I'm Ruvian Ruslan, the BWF Tournament Manager and your MC for the draw. The tournament referee, Mr. Girish Natu, will witness the draw procedure, and assisting me with the draw are the representative from the BWF team and the representatives from the Chinese Badminton Association and the local organizing committee. Before we begin, allow me to walk you through the draw principles for the knockout draw. The top 2 ranked teams from each group will advance to the quarterfinal stage. They are, in Group A, China and India. In Group B, Thailand and Chinese Taipei. In Group C, Japan and Indonesia.